Hey guys, there we go. Happy Wednesday. I was doing some merges, so I'm a little bit late. But I'm ready for a full day, and it should be a good day. We should have the task system working today. At least in a very bare bones level, you'll be able to take tasks, complete tasks. That's at least the goal. Now, if we get that done a little bit ahead of time, which we might, then we can start to implement some of the content for the system. Just double check something. First person character. Is player holding viable potion? Oh, I think I... Wait. I know what the issue is. That should fix the character problem. There was a conflict today. Had to fix that. Okay. Let me clean this up. Ocean facade, no physics. Oh yeah, we wouldn't want physics on that, would we? I mean, if he duplicated that... Well, that's for the base child actor. Okay, never mind. That's fine. Honestly, I don't even care. As long as it works. At this point, we're getting so close to, you know, having this prototype, this first playable, finalized, that I don't care how it looks behind the scenes as long as it works for the player. I will be very happy when we can just let this rest in its chaotic, messy grave. Okay, that's fine. Okay, this can be closed for the moment. Let's jump into this. Where did we leave off yesterday? Also, I need to make sure to put the player start back where it belongs. We have the task system generating fine. We have the removal of tasks. That's working fine. All of the visual side of these should be okay, except for a few things that need to be hooked up today. Primarily the amount that are needed and then the amount that are currently, you know, provided. Reputation is also not currently hooked up, although I think that we have functions for updating reputation, and they do clamp properly. And then a lot of these things, like the item gathering should be, you know, I'll do the item gathering first because I think that'll be the easiest to... No, it'll be the hardest. But it shouldn't be too hard. Let's hope. But that's the thing that we'll start with today. We need the storage. We're gonna need the function library open. I'm gonna need to update the task UI. I'm going to rename this from Taskboard HUD to WBP Task Widget. Probably will have a redirector. Yes, let's fix that up. There we go. We'll need a function to check task storage for ID. And then we'll need another one for check task storage for potion. Yes. This will take an input of commission. Hold on. S commission. Should be only one of them. Because it'll run it for each task. And a number. Could we just pull in the whole requirement? That's fine. Easy refactor if we need to. Output of... I was thinking a Boolean, but we need an integer for the amount that are currently in there. Task storage for ID should be pretty similar. That's just going to be the F name and integer. Item ID. Hold on. And the amount. And then amount passed. Sorry. My fucking phlegm. I'm hoping that'll be better once I get the surgery. Hoping that that's the case. Okay, we kind of hard-coded a lot of the task storage bullshit just by grabbing the first task storage reference. I'm gonna do the same thing again. Because honestly, I don't expect to have more than one of these in the game at a time. So fuck it. And the thing is, the task storage is part of the task board, so there's no... And I already do validity check in other cases, so I don't think there's any way that this would result in errors. At least not for the prototype. Not the greatest thing to do, but it'll work. Do we have a... We have get item type. Breaks into collectible item type. We could probably run this here as well. Mainly because we'll need to check different arrays. And I can't like do a select node. And I can't do an array of wildcards, I don't think. Yeah, I can't. So fuck that, just do a split. Switch. We only need to care about ingredient, junk, and seed. Yes. Books aren't relevant. Ingredients, junk, seeds. We could do a for each loop with break because we just need to find it. And we don't really care where it is on the inventory. Well, we do. We do. We do what we don't. I can return that info, now that I think about it. I'll return the index for it. Especially since we're checking them individually. Hey, Sunrise. Morning. Okay, if it's equal, get amount. Let's make a new local integer. Local amount. Found. T-shirt underneath? Yes. In fact, it's a new t-shirt underneath that I just received yesterday. Is in fact a Microraptor t-shirt. Might be a little bit hard to see. Ordered only one. Hold on. I ordered only one to test the location and the color, and it looks pretty good. So I might order some more. I might even do the big logo on the back. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted a t-shirt with the logo because I have that hoodie. Zip up hoodie. Does it fade when you wash it? Probably will. But I can wash it on like cold and slow spin. I can even, you know, I can just let it sit to dry. So I could hand wash it in like the bathtub. Maybe I'll do that just to let it last longer. I heard bathtub. Yeah, let's show it. In the bathtub. Interesting choice. I was showing off the shirt that I bought.
Shiitake?
Shiitake? I think instead of doing a for each loop with break, I'll just do a for each and then poof it out once we find it. Just know your household's very progressive and the husband does the washing. Yeah, I wouldn't trust this with anybody. Sorry. Are you kidding me? It's my own merchandise. I'm gonna hand wash that shit. Printing out your own t-shirts is not cheap. I'm gonna make sure this lasts. But I think the colors are pretty good. I really do. It's much better than a previous company that I used to try. And this one looks nice. I think the location is pretty good too. Getting the big form of the logo on the back would be pretty cool though. Similar to what I have on the hoodie. Where's mine? I mean, maybe... I don't think anybody would want this, but maybe I can open up a merch page on the website. That seems like a hassle to set up and maintain, though. Especially if the quality is shit. Want a Riley plush. Those would be expensive. You'd probably have to make like a minimum amount. Riley your mascot? Yeah. It's Riley the Microraptor. I can already see it now. People will call Riley trans. The point of Riley is not to have a gender. It's that it is a... I named it Riley because Riley is fun. It also has alliteration. But also because it's a male or a female name. Plus would just be the just be the head. Why, you want to fuck it? What do you want to do with just the head of Riley? Do I need to compare it? Can't I just output the amount? Riley flashlight. Now we're cooking with the merch ideas. I mean, tasks... Hold on. Amount passed doesn't matter for ID. Amount passed matters for potions. We just need to return the amount found. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Turn it into a conglomerate like Samsung. Where did that come from? It's the most random advice / idea that I've heard. Even more so than the Riley fleshlight. Microraptor sex toys. I thought it was like micro penis sex toys. We can even make sex toys for people with micro penises that can't get erections. We'll call it Microsoft. Fuck. No, never mind. That's taken. If anybody hasn't played this game, by the way, that this soundtrack is from, you're missing out. How's Tyranny going, Lazy Fangs? Did you get past the lore dump? Or are they still lore dumping? Hey Tilo. Wish you all a great day. Well, I wish you a great day. Like the lore, not so much the factions. Everyone has the dumb. I activated a tower and now I'm scared. I don't remember where I quit playing the game. I don't even remember why I quit playing the game. Try to pick it up again. Combat is brutally difficult. One keeps bodying my guys. That might have been the reason. I'll pick it up again sometime. Next month, though, is going to be... We're going to have some pretty cool releases. One of them I did want to stream. Test if player has potion. Oh. That's going to test everything about that, right? Tomorrow Adam Fall's coming out. I've heard pretty good things about that. Might give that a try. This doesn't check flip. I know what this is used for. This does not check flavor. But I might be able to start with this because what this does is... Hold on. I can copy some stuff from here. Test for potions in task storage. What's kind of what I'm making? I'll just copy this. Mainly what I'm excited for in April is Mandragora on the 17th and Expedition 33 on the 24th. I wanted to for sure play Mandragora on stream because that looks really good and right up my alley. I don't think we'll have the time though, at least not playing it on release. Didn't hear about any of those? You've heard about Expedition 33. That's the Claire Obscura. The one where like there's some like thing where every year they kill people of the age that the number is and it keeps ticking down. And they have to like send expeditions to try and like stop it from happening. Yeah, Mandragora looks fucking good. The demo was exceptional. Perfect example of a well-made vertical slice with their demo. Then the other one is this one. Which the combat system looks really awesome here. Super cinematic, turn-based. I don't know if they put a gameplay trailer up here though. Yeah, this one looks awesome. I'll pull up a Expedition 33 gameplay. Loud as fuck. Like the game looks beautiful. It's made by a pretty small team, and it's apparently not super long in length, which is nice. Gives you Avowed vibes. It looks like Persona. Let me jump to like the combat because it looks like like super cinematic Persona combat. Looks pretty cool. But it looks fun. Looks nice. The stream is probably fucking with the bitrate. Great camera work on this. Chinese quality. No, watch some trailers. It looks very good. And the story looks pretty intriguing too. But it's very much like a AA production made by a
Slow down. We don't know what's inside
French team. It's AA. It's not AAA. But I don't think they're charging a crazy amount of money for it. And they have actually hot women, if you can imagine it, in 2025. Is it 40 bucks? What's it at? Oh, it's even on sale a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty fair. So it looks good. I like the premise too. Gorillas and cat walking. No, I'm excited for this. That and then Mandragora. Just looks fantastic. This is from 1 year ago. So keep in mind this is pretty long ago.
I chased her down the road, and I doubt it will stop with just her.
We played the demo of this during Next Fest, and it was really cool. Gave me some like Trine plus Torchlight vibes. With Souls-like combat. And some nice progression on the player. This was fun though. Watch the gameplay from our Next Fest. So those are the two that I'm excited for. Okay, we don't want to check. Hold on. Get storage potions. We'll do the same check here. Just for validity. Yeah, delete those. I don't think we will need to do a for each loop with break. All we want to check here is if the potions have those effects. They can have more or effects, so we don't care about satisfaction array other than does it satisfy all the commission needs. Well, in that case we could break. No, we need to check all potions in there. Currently tested potion. We'll want to save an array of passing potion indices. What else will we want from this? Oh, I do use S commission for this. Well, that'll save me some time. This goes through each potion in the storage. And for each potion goes through each of the commission requirements. And then for each potion goes through the effects. Tests if the effect Equal. Okay, I see. Yeah, three nested loops. Check data. Do we need the effect satisfaction array? Yes, but we don't care if it doesn't satisfy. We only care if it doesn't satisfy all of them. So the effect satisfaction array length. I mean, this could be handled through an integer as well. Doesn't really matter which one we do. Integer probably be easier though. Hey, bless your D. Message from my cat. Interesting message. Bro, change it to an integer. What the fuck are you doing? God. Hold on. Some weird bug with function libraries. Okay, reset that each time. At the end of each potion, check if it is greater than or equal. And if true, current potion index. The nice thing is we don't care how many we find. We're just going to take whichever first ones we do find in the storage. We'll have to tell the player that. Hey, Lepus. Yeah, we can just increment that. I think that'll work. We'll see. I mean, while we're here, we might as well check for flavor too. Hold on. Don't I want this here? After we check effects? 'Cause, 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 'cause When making the real game, all of this is going to be written in C++. Not all of it. See Schedule 1? No, I haven't. I've heard some things about it that's blowing up right now. It's one of those new popular games that will fade out of existence in another couple months. Oh, Carnage Clip on AC Shadows?
Oh. I think we just saw a raccoon T-pose.
That's amazing.
Pretty sure that's what just happened.
I should watch Ko play this whole game.
Oh.
Well, that was something. The whole clip is okay.
Raccoon T-pose. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. Nope, nothing to see here. Just the wind. Just the wind. Smuggle resources. What? Oh, what is going on with this texture?
They have not loaded yet. The audio's delayed. Yeah, something fucked up with loading this region. How bugged is this game? Probably very. It's a story game, but the game is excellent in solo indie dev. Really sick game. I think I've seen this. But far before this. That looks interesting, looks nice. Hope it plays well. But yeah, I don't know. Nice that it's co-op. Good for this guy. I think we'll do both the effect satisfaction check and the flavor satisfaction check here. But what I can do is do the flavor check here. Yeah, because we can't do this separately. It has to all be one. If flavor is also required. So let me just unhook this. What a dream must be living. Hey, he's got to put it to work. Money can disappear awfully fast. But I wish him all the best. Or nightmare. Yeah, sometimes people break under that pressure. It can happen. Well, people inherently have lower standards during early access. It is easier to reach a more positive rating for your game in early access than when full release. People see early access, they expect bugs. They see full release, they don't expect bugs. Don't I have like a flavor checker? No, I don't. Okay. I could pull the flavor check code, or I could just rewrite it. I don't fucking care. This bad sticking to do some games and devs bad practices, but overall it's a great thing. I agree, 100%. Good casino game. Hey, people like Gamba. Some of people's favorite memories of Red Dead Redemption 1 was playing Liar's Dice and poker. I still feel like I have this backwards. Something feels wrong about what I'm writing. Passes, effects. We don't want to add it to the passing indices. We just want to mark that it passes effects, but we don't know if it passes flavor yet. This looks better. After we're done checking the effects, we then want to go through required flavor. Hey, Black Knight. Visual coding hurts my brain. Actual code feels so much easier to you. Wonder how long it would take me to get used to this after 2 decades of being conditioned with code. They're two separate things. They are both different art forms of doing the same thing. It's like some people who can draw with, you know, I don't know, who can sketch with pencils probably couldn't draw with oil paints. Even though you're making art. So for you, coding might be easier. For me, this is a million times faster. I'm gonna stop math this. I said hard. No, that's the funny thing is that with blueprints though, I can prototype faster than most regular coders I know. It has its benefits. Worked with the team recently. Jamongo.io. We're consulting with them. Why does this look really sus? Why does this look like a pay-to-play kind of thing? It's legit. Definitely not marketed at my age group, I can tell you that. I know exactly which age group this is marketed for, and I am not part of it. My understanding of it is definitely not going to be very high. Yeah, it's a Roblox competitor. Exactly. Hey, Lupin Size. How you doing? Roblox competitor. I mean, good luck. That's hard competition. You're gonna have to build a damn good product to compete with Roblox. Especially with how long Roblox has been established. Let's do current flavor requirement. For sure, first check if the flavor is actually equal. Allowance type. We do a select here. Uh-oh, selected math nodes. This is gonna be spaghetti. We already know it. Runs on a Chromebook and kids can plan in schools. Interesting. Features that you can build easier with their visual tools, where in Roblox people need to download engine and learn actual coding. I mean, there's already... Yeah, Roblox has Lua, which is very easy. I would think, too, that there's also things like Game Maker that still exist. Although I think kids probably just prefer Roblox over Game Maker. Although Game Maker nowadays looks way better than it used to. Back when I first tried to use it. GML Visual. What is GML Visual?
A coding language is how one communicates with
True.
the computer in Game Maker.
Show me what this
when
looks like.
you're in an event that uses Game Maker Language Visual or GML Visual, like I am in this Create event.
Probably
The
still a little
code
bit
blocks
advanced for
available
super young
to you
kids.
Are over on the right. Everything from the most commonly used
For a
all
browser,
the way
that's a
down
good
to
point.
time sources and particles, which are specific features inside of Game Maker, are available to you as in.
Does look nice,
like
though.
This, if I block this inside,
One day I should try to just make a quick thing in Game Maker to see how it's progressing. You wanna know the worst part about browser gaming, in my opinion, Lazy Fangs, is that sometimes I have to disable hardware acceleration for my browser because that can also cause problems. So I still run into that same issue. Use Claude. Don't use AI to make games. I think if you want to use AI to help you understand certain things, fair, but using it to code, not gonna be great. Yeah, use AI responsibly. Like, your goal is to learn. If you're making your first games, your goal is to learn, not to make a game. Because I promise you, you probably won't make a reasonable game. And you're certainly not going to make a game that's, you know, marketable. I was looking for the value. I'm like, where's the value on this? I had it hidden. Like, this doesn't look accurate. Oh, I could have just used in range. You know what, let me double check if in range for integer is being used in our scoring and whether or not I am doing inclusive. I think I am doing it inclusive. Yes. Yes, we are. Much better than doing this. Allow all above. So is value greater than or equal, less than or equal. Math and select nodes. What do we always say? Biggest sources of spaghetti. Math and select nodes. And you know what? I don't give a fuck. Crazy how quickly you can make games when you don't give a fuck. Load time's a bit of a pain. I've never seen anything like this in browser before. Hey, it might pop off. It might pop off, you never know. I don't know what the web scene for gaming looks like. Mainly because I'm not making games for the web scene, so I haven't really had to worry about the metrics or anything. And the audience that we're trying to reach to is older than Roblox, so I have no knowledge of that. Unity backing out of web? Are they? Plugins are being deprecated. Well, there's a lot of Unity plugins that are being deprecated. Right now it's mostly hobbyists, but the tech has come a long way. Unity is a team of web GPU. A good pro team could build something great. I'd have to see how many like kids are expecting to play games on web though. Because like, you know, Chromebooks are great. I love Chromebooks. They're awesome. But are people buying Chromebooks to play games? I don't think so. I think Chromebook is primarily productivity market. But if it can run in Chromebook, realistically, it should be able to run on, you know, it's Android, right? So it should be able to run on an Android too. I don't know. Making like a tablet game with programming like Roblox could be interesting. How about Chromebooks though? It's PC, Steam Deck, mobile, etc. Oh, it's just like being tested right now on Chromebook. Played some games by Amazon Luna. I have not played any of those. If the flavor isn't equal, we don't care. Flavors do all need to pass. Find item. See what it contains. I could just do that. I think that check would work. Okay, flavor isn't required. That's where we can run the... We can add that potion index to the passing potion indices. Well, only if it passes the flavor or the effects. Fuck that Boolean. If it doesn't require effects though, I should do that check. Check data. Gotta go. Yeah, take care, Black Knight. It's kind of awkward though. I mean, if potions is valid index, well, I need to do two separate branches. If it's invalid, there's nothing in there. Then do a check. I'm gonna move this closer. No, I'm not. Does check data actually require effects? We don't require effects. Set that to true. And check flavor. I think my main question here, though, is what if I just don't put in any proper data? I think we already handle that. This should be okay. Okay, go through each potion. Realistically, this should be put here. Things get interesting when you nest 3 loops. Actually, there's more loops. There's a lot of nesting going on here. Passes effects. Flavor, flavor, flavor. Flavor we need to check. For each potion. I'll shove these into their own collapse node. Save some space. I don't think we use that. No, I am right. That doesn't need to be put down here. I'm going all over the place. Reset variables. We don't want to just send, we do want to send a mount pass, but we also want to send passing indices. An easy check. We send that and the length of that. We'll want that to run. I don't know when. We could do a callback to currently active tasks, but I think that we should do. Hey, Quas. We can run that whenever the player closes the storage, rather than every time something is put in or taken out of the storage. Because once the player's in the storage, they can't do anything with tasks anyway. And it's, you know, it's a bit of code to run every time something is taken and removed. So we can do that on close. And that should update all currently valid tasks. So I have the BPI task scroll. Let me do a new function here for check task requirements. On run, we have task ID, so we could get task type from that. For each loop. Alchemy is check task storage for potion. Check data. An amount. And we can hook up the item gathering too. I'll have to hook up the widget so that it shows this amount. Setup widget. That's rewards. Requirements. Not that. Task requirement, break. Set text. We'll make a new function here too for updating this. We'll need to pass information directly to this need. I think just clearing the list and remaking it will be fine. Probably. I'm trying to think of the right order of events here. I don't want to rebuild the whole scroll. We build requirements directly from the requirement list, so we know the index. Then again, I don't really want to... Well, I could. I could do that. Kind of shit, but I don't like it. Start with this at least. This will at least show the right amount. If I don't want to... I have to rebuild this list. The most realistic thing to do would be to update need fulfillment. New amount. Hate this, but it works. Does it though? Does it? Does it? Does it? Get data table row. Need index. Only care about the amount. Build string. I'll just do regular append. Fuck that. Kinda awkward anyway. Run that quick check first. And here we can set the text. Okay. What a widget. Task requirement. I can send the index into here. And we can set that up when building. So it should know what index it is. It should know. We just need to set to update need fulfillment on the scroll. I might just make this a function. Index. Okay. Task widget, get widget. What do we name this list? Task needs box. Ooh. That was hot. It could break here, but there aren't going to be that many needs that this should be a significant deterrence. We do want to check if they're valid. Although, because we aren't rewriting them, that shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully. I don't like how this is being done. But if it works, it works. I would think that that functions. Task roll. Check task requirements. Just run that at the end. Okay, the only two hooked up right now are the alchemy and item gathering. That's fine. Those are the easiest to test right away. We'll see. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. At least it has the right number there. Let me accept these four. Okay. Does show 1 out of 3. We'll change the color of it to green too. Okay, let's just throw a potion in there. This one will not have restore health, so it shouldn't count. Good. Let me cheat knowledge, and we'll make a restore health potion. We'll make one with restore health too. These should both count. Hey, Sneaker. You're making my dream game? Am I really? That's good to hear. I will screenshot your message and use it in publisher meetings. Look, Sneaker 101 wants this game. Please give me millions of dollars. Oh, that didn't check. That's awkward. Let me test why that doesn't work. We're taking other people's dreams. You'd be surprised, but actually, confessionals like that, or I don't know if it's the right word for it. You know, publishers want to minimize risk. So when you show them that people want your game, you know, that's one way to mitigate risk. That's why they recommend having a Steam page, is because, you know, the number of followers, the number of wish lists that you have, that kind of is a really good metric for desire. And because they already have pretty good conversion ratios of wish list to sales, they can kind of already make a determination of how successful your game is going to be. That's one way you can do it. Although I've already stated why I don't want to have a Steam page just yet. Passive effects. Okay, that's correct. I'm gonna steal some stuff from him, like that cool idea with ingredient parameter star. Go for it. Did that not increment? Oh, I see the issue. Now that should work. Try it again. Cheat ingredients. Cheat some potions, some fake potions. Actually, I can just cheat myself random potions. One of these will probably work. Let's make sure to accept these tasks. We'll do these ones as well. That'll work. Okay, it's just stored this potion in here. Does anything change? No. Might be a little bit hard to see, but I'm looking at the numbers without opening up the board. Yes, that is good. I have a potion with restore health on it. No, I do not. Okay. Fine, I'll make one. This will be restore health 1. Restore health 2. Yes, indeed, that worked. Let me double check. Restore health 2 should work as well. Because it exceeds. And it does. Okay, awesome. Good, good, good. Let me double check one thing too. Awesome. Okay, that didn't count. Bootyful. Any issues? Any errors? Yes. I will look into those in a bit. I don't think it's anything related. This is for ingredient knowledge. You know what it might be? That might have been when I cheated. Oh, yes. I think I know exactly where that might be caused. It's when I cheat all ingredient knowledge, it then tries to check for the ingredient that's closest to discovering Foley. But there is none because we know everything. So it's attempting to grab an invalid index. -1. That'll be easy to fix. We'll worry about that later. Okay, what we need to do is check if all the needs are satisfied. Here. Then we need to make the parent scrolls buttons. We need to enable the turn in button. I'm trying to think here. Action date. I don't store the task, but I have the reference. We'll do this. I didn't read. Your dream was to make it, not play it. I don't think you're gonna enjoy making a game very much if you don't enjoy playing the game too. Okay, is fulfilled. Check task fulfillment. Task needs box. Get all children. Need fulfillment array. Do task board. Need widget. Is fulfilled. You and your PHP. What made you love PHP so much? Maybe I'm vibe coding, huh? Did you ever think of that? Because you hate it so much. So you want me to code in the thing that you hate? I see how it is. Not. Upcoding is using AI to code entire app or project. I hate that that term is what that means, because you could very easily argue that making a prototype for a game, you do want to kind of, you know, let like vibes of fun guide your pathway through it. I think it's just it's become the term because of how people used it when like Grok came out. Said, "Oh, I vibe coded this game over the weekend," and it's just the most trashy game that never has any financial value. To me, Teolob, that's exactly what it should mean. It's like, I'm coding for vibes here. Oh, this feels fun. Let's chase that feeling, right? That's what it should mean to me. Yeah, it's nothing related to the term vibe. It's related to people who have no skills in making games, making some shitty little prototype project, and thinking that they're going to become rich off of it. And don't get me wrong, as a prototyping tool, AI can be useful. But you don't sell prototypes. Because nobody buys prototypes. The only prototype that people bought is Portal. That's the only prototype in history and the game called Prototype. Those are the only two game prototypes that people bought. And people didn't even buy Portal. What they bought was the orange box, which included Portal, because they were like, hey, we have this prototype, might as well see what people think of it. And Prototype 2. Okay, so there's 3 game prototypes that have been sold in history. Also learning, it's like a teacher. It can be a teacher if what it's saying is true. Star Citizen. Okay, there's 4 prototypes. We'll do a quick... There should be no reason that this ever shows false or is ever hittable without this being true. But we'll do it anyway. Portal 2 Co-op was such an amazing experience. It was. Games has been on sale since I thought about it. One day I will play on stream Star Citizen. I've never played it before. But I'll play it and I'll make a judgment. There's a streamer actually vibe coding a game for 7 days straight using Lua. How did it go? Actually having fun. I mean, if you're having fun, go for it. But at best, if you do vibe coding with AI, at best what you're going to get are itch.io prototypes that nobody's going to pay money for. Which is fine. The thing is, you probably haven't learned how to make a game so that even if the prototype is fun, you won't know what you're doing when it comes time to actually create a product. In which case, you know, you're not going to get funding. At best, you can sell that idea to somebody who actually knows what they're doing. You have no idea what I'm doing? Selling ideas. Well, you're gonna make at best like $100. Honestly. Or which I don't know if it's true. Someone vibe codes an app and he was streaming it and leaked his API keys. Classic. What did you send, Lazy Fangs?
Do I know how to code? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What is code? Sure, you're probably looking for someone who knows some fancy programming languages. But I know the most important language of all.
What?
The language of love. And English, so I could ask Cursor to build it for me. Listen, I'll admit it, I don't have a computer science degree. But is computer science really zeros and ones, curly braces and semicolons? Or is it passion? Okay, I get it. You want someone with experience. But how about this?
Yeah.
When I was a Y Combinator startup founder, I coded the entire app myself. Yeah, you can look it up right now. Localhost 3000.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Localhost 3000. It reminds me of like the Office when Ryan says he set up a website for Creed to blog, and it's just a Word document that he has access to. Same feeling, same vibe. Check task requirement fund. I could have just returned the fulfillment. Well, let me see if this works. Let me see if this works. I think we'll clamp the actual amount too. Maybe. 100% if this has double digits on both sides. It's gonna cause some problems. Okay. Now, I mean, if that works, if the turn-in works, we need to... One more thing I need to check. I want to check what happens if you remove items. That will be important. Vibe check. No, more like bug check. Something that vibe coders don't know how to do. That's what I thought. Oh, we should do this either way. That's all the issue is. When you accept 2, we want to run the requirement check. Gotta go, see ya. You should consider PHP. Take care, Galaxy. I will, here, I'll think about it. Okay, pass. Okay. Only thing... Is that the right place to put that? We're about to see. Store. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Okay. Ugh. Turn in task. Turn in. Should I clone myself and put the clone to full-time coding? How much money you got? Spend it. Code for a year. Full time. Shit don't work that way here. I want to keep my job. Bitch, I'm in Poland too. I'm doing it. It's easy to make money again, just suck some dicks. There's always dicks looking to be sucked. People always willing to pay to get their dicks sucked. That's the American way. Prostitution is always an option. We already do the passing check. You guys into fighting games? Nah. I've never been. I would definitely suck at them too. It all. Actually, let me try this. Yeah, it's fine. That is fine to do it that way. Check task storage for ID. Update storage ingredient inventory. I think the removal does. So of course I said never use get actor of class as well as casting. Can you explain when to use and when not? Get actor of class is fine. All actors are hashed anyway when the game starts and when a level is loaded, so it's a very fast lookup. And casting is fine too. You just want to avoid too many hard casts because they can chain together. If you have like an actor that references a, you know, like with a cast node, another actor, it has to load both of them into memory. But if you know that certain actors are always going to be in the scene anyway, who the fuck cares? People have a lot of like fear mongering about those two things, but they're just fine. For instance, like your game instance, you know, you would do get game instance, cast to GI alchemy. Oh no, a cast node. Yeah, but my game instance is literally always there. It is always loaded. Who cares? And if you're really curious, you know, I do a lot of like hard references, which are supposedly big ol' bad. Here's a build from like January. before we had our loading screen, as you can tell. Give it a sec. It's using 3 gigabytes of RAM. A very, very data-heavy game with a very poorly made open world that is extremely unoptimized. 3 gigabytes for Unreal Engine 5. So, I don't know. Am I doing something right? I don't know. Wouldn't say poorly. Well, poorly optimized. And why the fear-mongering? I don't know. I mean, you shouldn't overuse cast. You should try to use interfaces and other methods where possible. But if you have to use a cast, go for it. It's not going to be the end of the world. Even if I were to, like, cheat a whole bunch of... stuff here. It's still, I'm not even reaching 3 gigabytes. So I don't know what it is. Our game is definitely not optimized on the GPU, I'll put it that way. You need a pretty beefy GPU to run our prototype. So I really don't know. I'm not the best expert to ask here. All I know is that there's a lot of fear-mongering that goes around the cast nodes. But as you can see here, we're not even pulling 3 gigabytes. And that's, by the way, that's the development build, which ships with debug symbols, which inherently adds even more to the back end there. Our shipping build would be even more optimized. 5090 minimum? No, but you need a bit of VRAM. Like I said, the level was not made properly. And there might be some hitches when using some of these functions, but they're not like crazy. Yeah, it only subtracts 1. We don't do a check here. That's fine. That's fine. We can account for that. I've had at least 3 people come in here like, oh my god, you're using hard references. That's gonna eat away at RAM. Is it? Does it? Maybe in extreme scenarios, but I don't know. For a prototype, for smaller games, who the fuck cares? %47% of Steam users have 32 gigabytes of RAM. I think you're fine if you're using 4. I think you're fine if you're using 8 for your game. I'm gonna be honest. And at the point where you're using more than 8 gigabytes of RAM for your game, you've either done something absolutely horrendous with your game and your optimization, or you're working on a AAA game where you would probably have people who can optimize that shit anyway. Actor class is okay too, and so is get all actor. Yeah, actors are hashed. So this is very much a fast check. What does other mean? That's where your RAM identifies as non-binary. That's what that means. Downloaded RAM. Yeah, that's the WAM. That's the dedicated WAM. What is that kid up to? You guys ever seen that? The dedicated wham? Hold on.
Next question on this left side.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server?
This is from Minecraft, by the way.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Dedicated RAM to a server.
RAM.
If you're
how
running
much
off
RAM?
your PC.
Dedicated wham. Oh, fuck. Poor kid. Dedicated wham kid now. What is he up to? Super Kai allegedly found dead. There's no way. Shut the fuck up. Oh, this I'm not clicking on TikTok, sorry. Yeah, it is adorable. It's kid stuff, right? Did he get that web? I just want to know, did he set up his dedicated server with enough dedicated wham? That's what I really want to know. I think him and Red Shirt Guy are probably the greatest people to ask questions in video game history at conventions. Please tell me everybody here knows of Red Shirt Guy. Who? Oh my god, okay. I'll give the backstory on this one. So this was after Blizzard said that they're announcing something new with Diablo, and then showed Diablo Immortal.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No, it's a fully fledged Diablo experience on mobile, which everybody will get to play.
Just the way he said it and the way he looked, you can just tell that he spent a lot of money to come out here only for this. By the way, fully fledged Diablo experience on mobile. That's so true. That's exactly what it was. Fully mobile Diablo experience. It's a fully gutted Diablo experience on mobile. Could have just ported Diablo 2 and 3 on iPad and people would love it, I think. I mean, it's Blizzard. What do you expect? Who here has any hope for Blizzard anymore? It's just a bunch of juniors with way too much money working in their games. There was a game announced last night by ex-Blizzard devs. That's where the people who made the games you love are. Can we just destroy self here? We will need to reward the player. But for now, I want to just destroy. Gee, this can happen down here. I don't feel the same feelings I did with Warcraft 3 and all the custom map stuff. Support your indie and AA devs. That's all I can say. Those are the people making those same experiences. Hey Simon. You do? Nice. Did I not hook that up? No, I didn't. That would explain it. Another teller made me think of you. Shower with Dad. I've seen Do No Harm. I've seen that. Isn't that the same guy that made this? Was the same guy that made? Oh no, this is a different one. Somebody sent me this the other day though. Looks pretty fun. I like it. There was kind of some alchemy game with like furries and set in like a school that I saw on Twitter the other day. There's a lot of games that are similar to Cauldron Chronicles. Thankfully, not yet. Alchemy furryware. I don't remember the name of it. Hold on. It's pretty recent. I don't remember. Hey Kent, you fried your motherboard, CPU, PSU while cleaning? Nice. Very nice. Alchemist the Potion Monger? It must have a Steam page. Not that. The whole title? No, it wasn't this. No, that's some Polish trash. Sorry, Poland. It was something else. It was pretty recent. Making like school potions. I don't remember. Mind over magic. No, it wasn't this. It was upcoming. They just released a trailer. It was on Twitter. Maybe I can ask Grok to find it. I saw a game on Twitter recently that was an alchemy game set in a school. Can you find it? Oceanomics looks fun. Yeah, there's some pretty good alchemy games. There's some pretty good alchemy games, although I think that none of them really hit that. A lot of them are shopkeeping games. Number one. And the ones that aren't, I'm not a big fan of their alchemy systems that are often based on pre-existing recipes. Or like mixing essences. Do you have a list of all upcoming competition in your game? Yes. Yeah, we do. I mean, upcoming competition, yes, and also existing competition. But not every game with potion making or alchemy is a competition for us. In fact, anything that is a shopkeeping game is not our competition. Though we do want to appeal to people that like those. I like your target audience is fuzzy, which is a bit of a red flag. Our target audience is people who like RPGs. It's open world RPG lovers, is really what it comes down to. Hardcore RPG fans want sword combat. I disagree. Cozy gamers want cozy games. I don't know if it fits that. I disagree that hardcore RPG fans want sword combat. That's a big generalization. You want gay sex? It removed all of them. Oh, because it pulled the exact amount. I know why that one fucked up. Rather than doing amount found, use that one instead. I'll tell you this, the publishers we've pitched to so far didn't seem to find a problem with our target market. In fact, they did want it a little bit more mature than we'd originally intended, or a little bit older, which I think that we've now successfully done. No, we do not have a publisher yet, but we pitched 2 publishers. And that was very early for us. That was before we had most of the game even here. We're gonna get a lot of compliments, I imagine, about how much the game is actually finished. Okay, that's working. Publishers usually don't see games with this much completed, which was the intention. Oh, hold on. Go to Devolver? We will go to Devolver. 100%. Why Devolver compared to others? They're a good publisher. Great marketing team. They have their own showcase. Massive backing of people. But we're gonna, we're gonna shop around, right? So we're not gonna go to just one place and see what they think. Remember? The question that the main thing that we had, the feedback that we had, I'll try to remember what it was, because I don't have my binder here where I wrote down feedback, was game looked great, we had a lot done, RPGs are popular, easy to market. They just didn't see how much depth there would be in the game. They wanted to know more about the progression, and they wanted to know how we would spend the money. Obviously, we didn't have that info last year, because we were still too early into development to have all that info. Now we have all that info. Did you go to publisher? Yeah, I went to multiple. This should only remove the red potions. We're just going to make sure that that works. Got a money spread. Well, we did have a money spreadsheet last year, but it... Okay, clearly that's not removing what it should be removing. Well, that's weird. I mean, recently, no, we haven't done that since last year. I didn't want to waste the time. I'd have to constantly keep all my shit up to date. Take time out of my day to do pitches. Fuck that. Why did it only take one? You're a pitcher. That's not a good idea. In my experience, the people who are best at pitching are the ones who know the product. It's only taking one. Oh, that would make sense. That would be why it's only taking one. I don't know if this for loops through amount for removal. No, we'd have to for loop through that too. The pitcher too. Yeah, but we do a for each loop through the passing indices. I know why. Ooh, sneaky. Element. There we go. Bug fixed. I should not have made these green to test. Oopsies. Okay, should take the red ones. It should take the red ones, and you know what, I will overstock it too. So it should take only the first three. And those two should be left at the end. It took all of them. Oh yeah, because we don't limit based on passing indices. That is fixable. That's better. I don't think we're gonna pitch too much though at Digital Dragons. So most of my pitches will happen quarter 3, quarter 4 this year. I don't know who's gonna show up at Digital Dragons. Maybe nobody who has the money that we need. But I will still meet with publishers, just probably not officially, unless they want to, because I don't want to waste their time. But I'll probably meet up with them at like a party or something and just keep in good graces. Because while they may not have money for Cauldron Chronicles, there's more than enough ideas that we have that we would want to talk to them about. And if you guys want me to work on that coin dozer game, you know, that doesn't need a whole lot of money. Let's go into it with the assumption that we can impress some people. Hopefully. Our biggest downside is that we don't have an artist. And therefore everything looks like trash in our game. We have a budget for an artist? We will. Yeah. We don't have any budget right now. 3D, yeah, we need a lead 3D artist. We need somebody with probably 10 to 15 years of experience in the industry, who's comfortable enough not only leading the team from an art perspective, but also handling outsourcing. Okay, it should take the first 3 here. These 3. And we should have 5 greens in a row after that. 6 greens, sorry. Oh no, we're doing reverse, wait. Why? Which ones are actually getting removed here? First, I know the lead artist behind Phasmophobia, but he's happy there. Only one I know that meets the requirements. It shouldn't be too hard to find somebody. We'd be paying quite well, you know, because we want somebody who can be our this can be their destination. We want somebody who can help define our company. But they really need to know what they're doing. Unfortunately, we just won't have enough money to afford anybody who hasn't worked on games before, who has only had, like, you know, one small personal project. They need to know Unreal Engine very well. They need to be comfortable talking about and handling any art topic that comes to them, and they need to be able to be very organized and manage outsourcing. What was the fishing thing here for? To distract you guys. What the fuck? Oh no. I need to see exactly what's going on here with this. I don't know which task scroll this is. I can test which one it is. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Okay. Then I can do with the gold. You can compare it to the amount of gold that other people have. Oh, because I'm fucking retarded. There's a reason I was typing get out of here while I was talking to you guys, and I was like, wait, why am I typing get? This is why. That's why I was being weird. Sometimes I get distracted. Let's try that again. If anybody's curious who, you know, has some like Polish friends who might be looking for a new place to work, I will share with you our budget ranges. Just so you can tell them what they'd be looking forward to if they work with us. These should still be valid. The gross salaries, as it would be B2B, for our lead 3D artists, we'd be paying between, let's say, 18 to 21,000. This is what a month. Gives me very polished. I hope so. I want it deep. I want it polished. I want it stable. This is our budget from last year, though, so some of this is pretty old. We have 2 3D artists written. Might need more than that. Might need another one. That'll depend. We can outsource some of that too. We shall see. Okay. Now I can test. Should take the first 3. We'll end up with 6 green. Was it 6 or did I miscount? Wait. Did I miscount? Were there 5 or were there 6 here? Wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should end up with 9 greens. That's not 9 greens. What am I doing here? Oh, because I replaced the reverse loop with a for loop. What it should be is a reverse loop. We should grab the last index. Fuck me. Almost feels more complicated than what I had before. Yeah, checks out. Zero through amount -1, 3, last index, -1, -1, -1, get, remove index. I've already forgotten why I didn't just do a reverse loop. I don't remember. There was a bug. We're cooked. I'm not making 10 of these again. Fuck that. I gotta get my wife to try this again because the last time she played was a much earlier build. Before we had, I think even before we had fishing, farming, this task system, the dungeon, potion combat, looting. We didn't have any progression. Be very curious to see what she thinks. Okay, let's count this correctly. We should end up with green, 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 4 greens, and then a red. Lacks dating mechanics. You know, I've thought about whether or not there should be a character that you can flirt with. I'm making every way of removing these potions except the right one. This is incredible. This is an incredible level of retardation that has never before been seen by man. Are we for sure even sending through the right indices? Now that I think about it? I mean, that could be the problem. There are shops maybe relationship to have better bartering prices. There aren't shops. There are merchants. But merchants do have relationship. They have like attitude towards you right now. I think I'm calling it. And either they can be part of factions themselves, which will also help, modify their prices, and or they'll have individual attitude as well, based on how well they like you as an individual. Rotating factions. I mean, we could... No, because we do want the raw amount. We don't want to stop it before it hits that raw amount. We don't want to run it that way. So doing a for loop with the amount -1 is fine. Thing is, it's going to build this indice list in order, which is fine. We can... I don't want to resort it. We don't need to resort it. We literally just need to grab... Oh, I know why. It was working. It was just grabbing the last 3 indices instead of the first 3. But I do want the first 3 in the list. We just need to need to reverse them. If I resize it... Then I can do a sort, because that number will never be too high to the point where doing that sort will be any sort of issue. I don't care about the order of identical elements. There won't be any identical elements anyway. Then we can just do a regular for each loop. That sounds right. We shall see. Okay. Make more potions. I don't need names. Icon's more important. Curious about something. If I put one of these in my hotbar, ignore that. What happens if I store it? Oh, okay, it works. God forbid I actually code something that works once in a while. Okay, it should take these 3. We should be left with 3 green and then 2 red. There we go. I finally found out what that stupid issue was. Do it again, we should be left with just these 3 at the end. Awesome, and then we can poof those out of existence too. There we go. Okay, that is good. That is those 2 task types done. Exploration, puzzle completion, flavor discovery, effect discovery, ingredient discovery. Some of these are a little bit easier. Exploration and puzzle completion is pretty easy, because I'm just going to use IDs. And I can kind of hard code those a bit just because we only have a certain number of puzzles in the game. When you complete a puzzle, it'll just send the ID of the puzzle into the game instance. Exploration's kind of similar too, where we can just have boxes around the level with different IDs as well, and the first time you enter it, it saves that ID, and then we can poof out the box if we really want to. Doesn't matter. And right now, when tasks are spawned on the board, we do initially do a check if the qualifications are met. That's not the right one. Okay, that should fix the color issue. Let's do the exploration and puzzle stuff. Those should be pretty easy. The other ones I think will be pretty easy too. The potion check and the ingredient check were definitely the more challenging, since those actually have to do inventory shit or remove those from inventory. Messy, scary. Locations explored. Puzzles completed. Let's make a new blueprint for location box. Is it the most original name? No. It's really fucking easy to do. Let me make a function real quick. Update locations visited. Get game instance. Locations visited, or locations explored, sorry. My bad. And add unique. With an input. Location ID. Okay, location box, add a boxy boy here. Let's make sure that it does not. And ignore everything except for pawn. It should overlap. On component begin overlap is equal. Get player character. Update locations explored. And then we can just destroy actor. Instance editable. Honestly, that's it. That's all it needs to be. I could always make like a sphere version of this too if we want. Why not? Maybe that's more appropriate for some regions. Maybe even like here. Let's wait for a moment. This is the like location sphere and box that will track locations in the game that you visited, which will be relevant to explore tasks. We'll probably want some widget to pop up when you visit a new location. Nothing too crazy. I think I kind of already set this up too in our string file. Or locations. Yeah, loc dead tree. Let's just put the boxes in where I want locations, and then we can fill them in with IDs pretty quickly. There's a few boxes over at this cave. Just a couple. Some of these I could reuse the scale of. Is there any way to make the floor not look tiled? Yes. Yeah, there are ways to do that. Should work. How tall is that though? Oh, it's not very tall. Okay, so the player will have to go in a little bit. That's fine. I'm cool with that. That'll work. This one is easy. We can just put this right at the entrance. Does not matter. Yep, that works. Okay, what other locations do we have that are of import? This one might do something with that at some point. The more locations we add, the more tasks we can add to the Explorers Society or whatever it's called. A few boxes around here too. Most of those are nav mesh modifiers. Some of them in order to keep the sea urchin from escaping. We don't want him doing that. Shallow pool, we're gonna play with our floaties. Hopefully you guys will get to play with plenty of things once we get funded. I eagerly look forward to that. That'll work. I can make players have to visit this. What do these locations trigger boxes do? They give you reputation and rewards from the Explorers Guild. I don't remember what we named it. What do we name it? Explorers Guild. And you can, yeah, you can trigger them and explore them before you even get the task to do so, and then you can just instantly complete the task. So no worries about that. What about Unreal's how long it takes to load up? Compiling shaders. One out of 80,000. That is some placeholder image. There's no entry. You can't enter there. What were you expecting to be there? Turn off shader save. I remember an artist complaining that every time Unreal crashed, you would have to wait 30 minutes before he could use the project. Is that because he turned off the shader saving, so every time he loaded up, he had to recompile shaders? Why would you ever do that? That's like that's the worst thing you can do. The pretty cool thing is, I think with Unreal 5, there's a server you can have for your company that can store the derived data cache and the shader cache. I think it was this Cloud DDC, which seems pretty cool. Definitely will be doing this if we get funded. Have they announced what they plan for Unreal 5.6 yet? Unreal 5.5 just got an update the other day. Now they're still working on some things. Nothing officially announced for 5.6 yet. A lot of procedural generation work, that's for sure. I'm more interested in some improvements though to Lumen hardware ray tracing, virtual shadow maps, more nanite stuff. Lumen really needs help from a performance perspective. But some of that is also just, it'll be caught up in time with better GPU technology. We'll see. Making Minecraft and Unreal even easier. Yeah, and then I can review the Kickstarter projects for all that shit. Is there a limit for how much I can fish? Yeah, True Nightmare mentioned it. Once every 5 minutes. one reef. We can put another one down here. Generally, you know, I want these tasks to just kind of get the player out into the open world and maybe help them find some things that they couldn't find themselves. Nothing too crazy. Bony tail chub. I get one of those every morning. What other locations do we have? Maybe this one. Do that. Oop, I'm dying. Okay, that'll work. That should be fun. Any more notable locations? You know what? I'm gonna put one in this secret room down here. But maybe if the player doesn't find it on their own, they'll see the task for, like the secret hidden room in the dungeon, and it'll encourage them to come back and check again. Their house a notable location? Not for the Explorers Guild. So yes, but no. I mean, I would hope that the player explores that when they load up the game. Lost Temple of Ling. That's not the official name of this place. I think I covered everything. Yeah, like the island, the tide pool, abandoned tower, the 2 coral reefs. The underwater temple, which should show them where the fishing spots are down there, which is pretty nice. The desert is just lacking in content. It's kind of shit. What are those black squares? UFO landing sites. No, it's just to control the color of the water from fluid flux. Yeah, don't I? I don't want to talk about fluid flux. That is that will nearly become a banned term on this stream. I think that's everything, but if it isn't, then we can just add some more later. Let's fill these out. It's not bad. We have 20 locations. That's pretty good. Good for prototype. Hold on a sec. Oh, Lazy Fangs. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. Oh, I didn't want to talk to you, Lazy Fangs. I took it back. What are my locations? First one is this one. This one is the Abandoned Village. Loke Abandoned Village. Second one is the, I don't know, Crystal Cave. These are gonna be like AI, these are gonna sound like AI generated names, to be honest. What do we call the dungeon? Excited Crystal Cave. Just dungeon? I mean, okay, so it has skeletons and zombies in there. Just dungeon. Not even a capital letter either. Just under lowercase dungeon. Dead Man's Dungeon? Dead Man's Path Dungeon. Sure. Path tells players it goes somewhere. Don Juan. I think I do mention in some like the lore of that journal that like you mentioned that like the walls will like seem to like heal themselves over time. So maybe we could do something with that. Healing walls, yeah. The dungeon alive? That's the question. That's the question. What does it mean to be alive? Asking the deep questions now. Something with like maybe like the something with the healing properties. But it's also dead, you know, it's kind of like the juxtaposition of it. Man's Colossus, any other day that this entire dungeon is actually a corpse. Like shifting, something with like the walls. Like Colossus is too on the nose. People would see it as a dungeon. Hollow. We're so overthinking. We're overthinking this so much. It's a fucking prototype. Zombie hole. Explorable Dungeon 6. I'm actually half tempted to use that. Prototype Explorable Dungeon 6. I'll just have it print out the ID. Loke_dungeon. Crypt of Regrowth. Renewal. Crypt of Renewal. Fuck it, I'm going with it. Next place. The large language model, I'm unable to talk about death or dungeons or even dragons for that matter. What can you talk about then, huh? If you can't talk about those, what can you oh, I missed, hold on, I missed a, one more that I have to place at the other entrance. Pizza. That'll work. Wah, 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 wah. You know what I need to be doing is actually putting in the IDs. Instead of being an idiot. Okay, next one. This is the watchtower. This is the This is... I need this to be a little bit in lore. Essentially, think of this as like the you know, I don't know, one pathway towards like the King's Road. You just name it the King's Road? Why don't you somebody put like Orithia in it? I was thinking like, I don't know, Orithian Highway, but Highway sounds fucking stupid for a fantasy game. Road of Orithia just sounds like the name of a game. We could also just say it's the exit from the Fringewood. It's not really even like you're visiting a location, you're just visiting a location that is supposed to lead to a proper location. Technically you're supposed to be in the forests of the Fringewood, which borders the Golden Wastes. The likely part of the Ice Marches. Hey, Justin. Because you know, after the Sunblight, the Ice Marches were like really frozen and cold, but now the whole geography has changed. It's not even like a name for a road, or though. It's just more like this is the. This is supposed to be the exit that connects to the larger, like, road. This is like a side road that connects to what would be like our King's Road. That's why I'm kind of struggling with what do I even fucking name this. Big's dead end. But this isn't the dead end. Well, you live in kind of the dead end. But you're supposed to live just kind of off the beaten path. In the middle of the Fringewood. I mean, we kind of named this something already. Cannot travel to this part of the realm. Forest Road. I'm just gonna call it, I'm moving on from it. I'm not gonna think about it too much. This is the like underwater temple. I don't know. I never knew what the purpose of this was. Can't get in there anymore, that's for sure. I mean, it's more than good enough for something that will not be in the final version of the game anyway. Names are hard. By naming hard, I'd probably go for something like the name place, town A to town B, unless the road is super important enough to get a full name. Naming's hard. Fuck naming. I just named it Old Wizard Tower. That's what your parent called it. You say Old Wizard's Tower. That's what you call it. The Old Wiz Tower. Where'd you steal this asset? From Fab. Like all the rest of them. Okay, and then this is just the mine shaft. That is the dead tree. Just a dead mystical tree. Old tree. The elder tree? I like that. Elder tree works well. It's kind of boring right now. It doesn't really do anything. There's a bunch of blood leaves around there. One of the first locations we made. We didn't have anything to put in the game. There's 2 snails that spawn there and then some blood leaf. That's why vertical slices are important. That's where you set those boundaries. Oh, Island Lake. I mean, some of these are just more like, hey, go there. We could name the lake. We want. I just came up with Mistmere Lake. That works. Lake of Tight Crossings. Sounds sexual. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Watch me care. Watch. That was me attempting to care. Seems to care a lot. Hey, I will eat my words if a publisher says, yeah, we were thinking of giving you money, but because of this shitty location name, not happening, bud. Fuck around, find out. Okay, this is the, like, waterfall reef. How exactly does it work? Will they play the prototype, or are you going to showcase stuff to them? Both. Both. Well, both usually if they like the general idea first. But if they don't like the general idea, they're probably not going to play it. They might play it multiple times too, especially because I talk about how many choices and different pathways you can lead NPCs on. They will likely play it multiple times. Alright. I might make a cheat then, in that case, to like reset all NPC information. So you can try again, but without having to like restart the entire game and, you know, learn new ingredients and all that shit. I'm calling it Mistmere River Watchtower. We have now officially named this river and water source Mistmere. This one can just be named Strange Collection of Rocks. The entire reason these rocks exist is just to spell Keck. That's all that they do when viewed from the right angle. Disorder, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay. Strange collection of rocks. That's it. That's all I need to say. Should be all the locations. Looks good to me. Get explored locations. And Draconon, thank you for the follow as well. Look buzzy today. Appreciate that. I need a haircut. One of these days I'll have to go get one. Really huge cookie? Really? Can we get a Wawa Weewa redeem? Yeah, we can get that. Did you guys see today, by the way? Want to see what I got in the mail yesterday? Official Microraptor t-shirt to complement my hoodie. Just the nip. I will probably do one on the back too. I wanted to get one test one to see if the colors and location were good for this logo, and I think they're good, so I'm gonna order some more and probably put the big logo on the back like I have with my hoodie. I can also do the sides, so I might do like CEO, and then I don't know, fuck AAA or something. I've been thinking of wanting to redo our like motto, our company motto. Like what do we stand for? And this is kind of cringe. You guys can tell me if it's cringe. I was thinking by gamers for gamers. Is that too cringe? It's cringe? Fuck. Damn it. I've heard that somewhere. It probably is already used. I probably just, you know, subconsciously took it from somewhere else. Heard a few companies use that only to sell out. Well, we can sell out because literally nobody can have any ownership of the company except for me. Buy Raptors for Raptors. That's even worse, Huge Cookie. Sounds corpo as fuck. What motto doesn't sound corporate? Okay, how about this one? Challenge everything. Are they still using that for EA games? I think they stopped using that, right? Live, laugh, game. That's even worse. I don't know if there's any way to make a motto that doesn't sound cringe, honestly. As long as it sounds authentic. Maybe that's the best I can hope for. ChatGPT is cooking. I do want something that either indicates our values and or tiny name, massive imagination. But it's not a tiny name. It's a tiny bird, but a very long name. Sharp claws, sharper gameplay. That's cringe. I don't want to have, you know, like employees that I refer to. Like, when you're an employee at Microraptor Games, you're a raptor. You get to join our flock. You're not an employee. Squawk. Gaming evolved from the crustaceous to your console. Too long. You're a bird? Clever girl. That screams of sexual harassment, honestly. Like it's a very fine line between that and asking my employees to go to naked sauna sessions with me. Work hard, then work even harder. Oh. I do want to have a nice motto, but I don't know. Little dino with a bite, big bite for gamers. You put the micro in mind blowing. Microraptor, it's in the game. Play now, code later. That's not bad. It's like some of those are okay for developers, but I need something that I could put on like a shirt. And the smaller it is, the bigger font that I can use, right? Don't be evil. Dangerously fun, size just right. They're not terrible. It used to be apples. I'm very sure that it used to be. Micro penis, microraptor. Small games with big dick energy. It's shocking. It catches, you know, it catches the eye when you see it. If you see dick on a t-shirt in large letters, you are definitely going to look. You're definitely going to read. Or just microraptor macro penis, I think. Maybe his name is Richard. Big games from tiny belongings. I'm not going to associate my games, my brand with penises. Officially. You mean like Starforge, right? I could just put our is it kind of cringe to put our values up on display like that? It is kind of cringe. Even if players know we need them, I think when you see them on the shirt, it's pretty cringe. It looks Corpa. We should avoid that. Putting values without a product to back it up. There's that, and if people don't know your brand and they just see your t-shirt with values on it, that has no meaning, right? Imagine like our values but on like Supergiant. People would be okay with that because they know Supergiant. We made this game name. I don't have to put our, you know, I would like to have a motto that's better than the one that we have now. But I'd also, no, I don't know. We don't need to put our motto on a t-shirt. I think in most cases putting a motto on a t-shirt is pretty fucking stupid. Lame. Maybe I'm crazy. Buy gamer for gay men. I mean, do we even need to check anything? More like here that we have to check it. Mottos on shirts all the time. Yeah, but did that make it cool? Would you want to be walking around a convention and see? Put a QR code instead. It could be a surprise mechanic. I've considered putting a QR code on our shirts, honestly. Not all, I'm backing you up. Okay. I see what you mean now. QR codes are last decade. In your faults is better because then gamers will realize your integrity. For example, admitting to them you have a micro penis. After this discussion, you guys, I'm gonna opt that we don't put any motto on our t-shirts. This is my new stance. I wanted to have a cool. I could just put just imagine a cool motto here. New motto Gamergate is great. Gamergate has just lost so much of its. How do I put it? It's so hard to understand what Gamergate was because of how much bullshit surrounds it. Maybe that's the best way to put it. When, you know, really it was kind of just about access journalism. Some journalist, I forget what her name was, got found out sleeping with somebody in exchange for like insider game stuff, and it kind of blew up. It was really about access journalism all along, and about game reviewers. But the narrative got twisted into being about like sexism. It was really just about access journalism. Which, yes, is still a thing. As True Nightmare says. But the Wikipedia article won't say that because, of course, the people, you know, writing this shit are ideologically driven. But I'm just gonna have a good explaining video about it, and I bet it's 1,000,000 times better than anything that I just said or the Wikipedia article. The whole thing, yeah. Access journalism in gaming is very, very popular. Wiki's left leaning and it sucks because it should be 100% balanced. Yeah, even the creator of Wikipedia says so. It got taken over. We need to tell it to update. Yes, I have. I'm not telling it to update. And I need to tell it to update. I literally just need to call this. How am I storing it? Just as F names? I could have this just run when the player interacts with the board. I'll just see if this is fine first. An array in the pawn? No, it's in the game instance. I don't store like pretty much anything in the pawn. Oop. Are you using narrative as methods for quests like this? Not as good. Not custom. This is way better. And I'd have to buy the narrative quest plugin, which is separate. But that's too bloated for what I want. There we go. It's separate and it's bloated, like it's not bad, but making my own system is gonna be much better. Just beat Bolt Gun, solid game. I've heard. Bolt Gun's pretty cool. But chats and quests were in the same one? No, it's totally separate. I think it's like 1,300 bucks for the entire set of narrative. Ooh, new free content. Ooh, what do we got? Magician's Library environment. That's pretty cool. Realistic though, but whatever. Don't dox me. Okay. What else we got? Loot set hand painted series. Oh, they have 3D model reviewers. This would have been nice. Jesus Christ, I would have liked to have this like 3 weeks ago. They're pretty low quality though. That book looks copyrighted? PS1 inspired. It is definitely low poly, let's put it that way. The book looks copyrighted. How can you tell? There's no way that this is the texture quality of this. I think it's from Warcraft. If you find that, that would be pretty funny. UEFN. Fuck UEFN. Space Cruiser Defender. With interior. Oh boy. Just get ready. All the Kickstarter games. This is a space game. You get to control the spaceship. Honestly, this will look really good with the right, right lighting. Can become a good horror game. Interior. There we go. New free stuff. Hate the stereotypical sci-fi stuff? Me too. Look at phlegm. But yeah, you can see the price. You know what? Narrative Tales might include the quest and dialogue. Inventory and equipment is separate. Navigator, maps, and compass is also separate. Still, though, I don't want to use it. I really don't want to use these systems if I have to. Doesn't matter what license you claim, personal or professional. Apparently, if you qualify for a personal license, when you obtain it, you never even need to upgrade to professional license. That's apparently how it works. Okay, exploring the locations should work. The next one we need to work on is puzzle completion. That'll work in the same way. Let's see where to check the license after redeeming the free stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can. Maybe it says in Fab? I don't know. I don't know if there is a way to check. It'd be funny if Epic revokes your professional license because you're making less than 100,000. That would suck. I don't think that'll ever happen. I haven't heard of that happening. That would suck though. Okay, that should work. I just need to reconfigure the existing puzzles. Of which we have 4. So I'm not going to worry about making this too expandable. That would take longer than just throwing in a puzzle ID. Get puzzle ID. Update puzzles completed. Update task scrolls. Light puzzle. Solve puzzle. Create variable. Puzzle. Lights. Check puzzle. Puzzle solved. Puzzle receptacle. Pile puzzle. Here we can do it. The fuck was that? Oh, you can hold control and you can actually zoom in past the limit. I didn't know that. Can you do it with zooming out too? No, but you can do it with zooming in. Not know that? No, I never needed to zoom in past this. Would anybody need to? I love when my nodes look all pixely. Great feeling. I wish zoom out could be zoomed out even more. I agree. I agree. Sometimes I have to pull it out just to like get like a good screenshot or see everything that I need to. Okay, these should be good. Check completed puzzle. don't think we... Well, we will need a task. Yeah, we should test it. It would be dumb not to. Even though I'm pretty sure it'll work. Tasks. Task. Complete. Puzzle. I did kind of want it to be like complete any puzzle. I do want it like that, actually, in hindsight. There's a few ways I can do it. Is it worth doing this today? Completing specific puzzles is fine. Doesn't really encourage freedom though. Gonna go here, do this specific thing, which we have with the Explorer, but the Explorer, you know, you are doing other things along with that. There's a way I can do it. Well, will that do it? You know, because if the player has like 2 expo, well, I can limit the number on the board at one time. Well, no, I can't. I can limit total. I can't limit per each occurrence of that. I could just let it be this way for now and just write in the GD how we want to do it. It's not a big hindrance. Yeah, I think that's the better thing to do. Now we know. Now we know. Though I will kind of need to do... We'll see. Let's one task at a time. One task type at a time. Requirements, puzzle completion, ID. Puzzle. Broken bridge. I'll remember when we're writing up the section. I'll fill out rewards after we actually test if it's working. One thing at a time. The broken bridge puzzle. I'm gonna test with the light one because that one will be easier to test with. Factions, explorers, task, puzzle, light. Complete puzzle. Okay, let's make sure we take it. There it is. Complete an open world. It says complete an open world puzzle. I'll fix that. I forgot I still have the day-night cycle sped up. Alright, I think this is the first one over here. How long you had a potion in your hand? Kotspur's working on that as we speak. I know where number 2 is. It is still a work in progress. And neither of us are artists or animators, so forgive me for my sins. Things are definitely going to look ugly. Okay, that should be completed. Yeah, I can see the... Oh, did I never remove the working light from here? I never did. I gotta do that. I was like, why the hell is it so lit up? Health fortifying elixir of warmth. Not too terrible. I will look into that. Default node. Find empty slot current index. Oh, because it's -1, and I didn't put the checker for that. My fault. Okay, easy fix. Why is that not being considered completed? Did I put it in the wrong spot? Puzzle lights. I put puzzle light. No, it should be okay. Test it one more time. One game, baby's first RPG. Don't expect much more than that out of it. You'll have a great time. Also, don't 100%. Yeah, don't 100%. At least do like all the quests or something, because they're pretty decent. But it is. It's a game that's meant for people who don't play a lot of games. One set of side quests that honestly outshine the main quest? You mean the Slytherin ones? No spoilers? Well, I didn't say like what they were. I don't think it's too spoilery to say that you do quests for people of different houses. That, and I didn't mind the Hufflepuff ones, but they weren't as good. I feel like the Hufflepuff one was decent and built up, but didn't really hit the emotional mark it was going for. We launch it at least. Go. And then there was no Ravenclaw one, which was really fucking dumb. Or there was and I already forgot it. The whole game was mid. The Slytherin storyline was good. The Hufflepuff storyline was decent. It was above the rest. Ravenclaw one was part of the main quest. I don't remember that. I remember it being stupid. And the Gryffindor one was stupid too. But yeah, it's not a bad game. Some parts of it were okay. I think exploring Hogwarts was the most interesting part of it. Because that reminded me of like the really old Harry Potter games. I'm not upset of the money that I spent on it. And I would like to see a sequel. I'd love to see a sequel. There's enough there that if they improved upon it, it would be pretty cool. Flavor discovery, effect discovery, ingredient discovery. This, I really just want the player to have to discover flavor, effect, or entire ingredient of any ingredient. And I think that I have a way to check for this. I don't want this to be retroactive though. I don't want the player to discover an ingredient, have a task pop up for it, and then they can instantly complete it. Meaning that I don't want it to, read that you've done something existing. think I know what I could do. I could store discovery holders and reset them when the player completes that task. And I should already have a checker for if the player fully discovers something. I think this will be a way that will work. Let me think. New function. Check if task type active. The valid task. Turn false. Do a validity check here. Get task ID. Get data. Table row. Oh, it's part of the requirements. That's right, because we can mix and match requirements. That's fine. That's okay in this case. Confused me for a second there. They expanded Hogwarts Legacy's stronger sides in their second game? Me too. I think they made enough money to do it as well. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, basically when we update ingredient knowledge, we do output new indices. I could run the check here, so we can check if task type is active. Flavor discovery. Maybe there's a better way. Grab the ingredient knowledge. We can check if it's fully known. That makes the full ingredient discovery pretty easy. Flavor's easy, because flavor can't be unknown, or can't be invalid. These should all be easy, actually. I see what beats. I'll try doing it the way that I think it'll work. We'll see if it works. Who knows? How you doing? I'm doing well. How you doing? We found flavor. I actually could just check the bits of these, but whatever. Who cares? Would have been less bloat. Ingredient knowledge. Send that through too. Get task. Back to discovery folder. I don't think I can do a greater than on this. No, I can. I don't remember what the issue was when we were trying to do comparators on these enums before. Some number of weeks ago. As long as they're greater than 0, that should be fine. Hey, Dix. It's gonna cause a problem, though. Let me think here. No, I don't like this usage. I don't like this. Mind changed. Shit opinion, discard. Flavor discovery. Would you say approximate percentage chance of getting funded for CC is? You never know. Honestly, I don't even think I could give a rough answer. I'm confident we can turn heads. I mean, I think some people will try to give us offers. Whether I'll take those offers, though, is a different thing. You don't get any offers you like? Will you continue solo development? I will analyze the options and we will go from there. Put it that way. We'll talk about it on stream if that happens. But I'm gonna be pitching throughout the whole year. You know, it's not like our demo goes anywhere. We might make, you know, continue to make improvements to it. Make some changes as we continue to pitch in the background. I know for sure I'm going to take a quick break of working on the game after we go to Digital Dragons. Because I need it. I need a vacation too. I haven't even taken a honeymoon yet, so... You know, it's the summer. Might as well enjoy it. We might work on some smaller games in the background just to try some other ideas out. As we continue pitching Cauldron Chronicles. We'll see. Need 1 minute to go to the bathroom. That will be your B. We'll get this done today. We're very close.
Shiitake?
Oh. What's going on here? You accept an offer of lifetime Coke for games development. Tempting. Ugh. What am I checking here? Should I just like make functions for check if an ingredient's knowledge is fully known? Or like flavor effects? Kind of redundant if I already have this though, right? This is fine. Okay, if task type is discovered, or I can always collapse these. Swapping all the switches in your keyboard makes the old thumb feel it. You're swapping all the keys in your keyboard? Speed silver switches to glorious fox. What does that mean? For what game? Solitaire? Or Minecraft? What are we switching these out for? Don't say yes. A joke, don't say yes. Cauldron Chronicles. Well, I could just, I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna kind of hard code this a bit. Could sequence this. I don't need them to run in order. Need motivation to do stuff? Give me rousing speech. While you watch me make a game, you are not making your game. While you criticize my ugly nodes, your game does not get made anymore. Be the change you want to see in the world. It's just depressing. And you can fix that by writing some code. Better to have something than nothing. You can die a lonely, gameless death, thinking about the best way to write things instead of just doing it. Go make a game. Sold for $1 million, divided by 1,000,000. Make bank. Should just do the check first, out of safety. You guys and the functions open. You guys know why the functions open, right? I literally cannot stop those from opening. Any time that I have to debug anything, they just open all back up again. I just look for what I need to work on the side here. I have no other option. They mean this list up here, which will open up literally any time that I have to debug. I think Devolver Digital would like CC. No, but I'll still talk to them anyway. I mean, I could be surprised. It's not really their usual type of game, but maybe I just am not fully comprehending what their usual type of game is, or they just don't care. They're willing to pitch anything, publish anything if it looks good enough. But when they like CC, I think that some big open world RPG is not usually on their list. Clay could be. I don't know how much money they're willing to shell out though. But if Clay Publishing, I mean, like I said, I'll send it to anybody who I think is a pretty decent fit or could be a fit. We'll just see. Program for indies. Honestly, AA budget is higher and more likely for us. A AA publisher is more around what we're aiming for. Maybe if the indie publisher has, you know, a budget for that, sure. We'll see. But off-brand, do you think they're viable since they're new? Off-brand. I'd bet they don't have the money for us. Is that Asmon's? Asmon's is Mad Mushroom. Oh, is this one, what's his name? Ludwig's? Fire software. I mean, I can always send it, but I bet that this is... I don't think he would have, you know, $3 to $4 million to give to us. You know, it's not once, it is over the course of 3 years, but we're looking at like super low AA budget. I mean, if we got some good concept art and we had a really nice, beautiful corner, I could probably even push the budget up to like 4 to 5 million and reach for AA publishers a lot more securely. But I would have to then match that in the gameplay and the art. It's doable. I want to reset all these at the same time. No. You published Devolver. It's actually shameful. I thought Devolver was better than this. Shotgun Copman. It honestly looks like something Devolver would publish. And it's got good reviews, so it seems fine to me. That looks exactly what they would publish. Every noob's first Unity platformer. Got good reviews. Maybe it is, but it's got good reviews. They did their job well. Probably made money off it too. We don't know what the terms were either. Maybe they were just there for marketing. Maybe they were there for financing. Could be both. Who knows? The only reason I think Devolver wouldn't be a good fit for our game is just because it is a open world RPG, and I don't really see a lot of those on their portfolio. You might be sick of seeing them, but other people seem to not be. They're still selling. Yeah, there's a market for them. Sure, check those out. Why not? The same about any popular genre like Survivor likes doesn't mean they should get banned. We add the genre to the ignore list on Steam. It's true, you can do that. Speed, speed, speed. Faster, faster, faster. We'll see if that boolean actually sets properly. Because we don't care what ingredient gets discovered. We only care if one is discovered. And then, of course, we need to reset these if this is Well, it's not if it's fulfilled. Pretty much here. I think banning genres on Steam is probably not a good idea. The algorithm is harsh, but pretty fair to the consumer. If something just does not have a lot of interest by players, it will not get shown to players. All you have to do is go on Steam's upcoming games and take a look. There's gonna be a lot of things that you will never ever hear about there because they just don't have any interest from players. Like, most people will only see this and these, but if you go to all of the upcoming releases, most of these you will never ever hear about. And by the way, from here, from Gal Guardian Servants of the Dark, these are the games that are coming out tomorrow. Some of these are like DLCs and soundtrack. I could filter those out. There we go. Those are the games coming out tomorrow. How many of them are you excited for? Probably none, because none of you had any of these added to your wish list. It just is what it is. That's why it's hard to make it as an indie developer. Even if your game is decent, just shack up with the publisher to at least get the visibility. Adamfall? Oh yeah, Adamfall is coming out tomorrow. Okay, there's one game. Last day of the week is Friday, 28th, so all of these games here are coming out before the weekend. All of these. How many of them are you gonna play? Probably one. And it's not to say that these games are bad, it's just the algorithm is harsh. It is really nasty. Maybe some of you will play My Pet Femboy. I think some of you might be into that. And these aren't even considering lewd games. It's a little bit dangerous to bring up here, but I could do it on my main account. Be very careful what we click. We're just games. There you go. This should show sexual games. Oh yeah, it's definitely here. Definitely lewd games here. Way too much shovelware on Steam, which drowns out all the indie games that I actually tried. One could argue that. One could also argue that keeping the barrier to entry low is an okay thing, and then you just need to make up for that with a harsh algorithm, which they do. Otherwise, you'll end up like itch.io. Really what it just comes down to is, unless your game is somehow the greatest game to ever hit Twitter or TikTok, and you'll end up with natural visibility from that, or from luckily getting visibility from some big YouTuber or two, your best bet of making any money is to shack up with a publisher, even an indie publisher. Algorithm only incentivizes games which have good marketing outside of Steam, not games that are generally good but with bad marketing. Who decides what game is good? I do. Well, I mean, that's why it curates the list of games to my preferences, to the games that I have recently played or games that I've spent a lot of time in. It's also why doing like your discovery feed helps to train the algorithm for you. You might hide certain games or you might hide genres pretty often. I think it is working. I mean, if you see a game like that, you know, like a game like Super Meat Boy, just hide games like that, and now you won't ever see them. But somebody, you know, in here might love Super Meat Boy games. They might play all of them. I think it's working as intended. You know, most algorithms like that, either if they're for Steam or they're for social media, they're just amplifiers. The more you click on things, the more you play things, the more you're going to get shown things that are like that. Well, I think any product is more about marketing rather than being good. To hide hentai games. No, but literally every product is about marketing. And you know, Steam does hold like festivals and things where your game specifically, because it fits into that festival, can get more visibility that way. And there are tricks to game the algorithm to get more visibility. Well, Steam does genre-based fest constantly. Me too. Yeah, I think Steam is getting really good at doing things like these festivals, and Next Fest is fantastic. Next Fest might be one of the greatest things Steam has ever done for both gamers and developers. We're starting to actually just see games with demos now. Wait, let me play Alchemist Shop Sim. But most of these games you'll see probably do have a demo available, or if they're, you know, already out, they might not have one. But Next Fest is great. It's great even if you don't have a publisher yet. Steam algorithms should enable good games to sell themselves rather than games with hype. But how does it determine what games are good, right? How do we determine what games are good without at least having some baseline to determine what games to show first? Because if we showed every game that was releasing today, literally no game would have any decent visibility. That's why the new and trending is up here, because these will be, you know, games that are starting to gain some significance, and then they might end up on the top sellers list if they are, you know, gaining a lot of significance. Compare a nuclear shockwave. I remember that game. Yeah, let's make tasks for these. Try them out. Game is subjective. People like big titty visual novels, but they might not be good games per se. Same goes for anything. Yeah. I think the Steam algorithm is fair. It's just the barrier to entry to make games is so low, which is a good thing, arguably. But there's a difference between making a game, making a good game, making a financially successful game, and making a good financially successful game. All very different. Let's get some strings in here for these. Calm down. I fucking call this puzzle. It's whatever. Change it later. Yeah, I'll have to rework the task descriptions for these. Okay, we'll throw those in there. They should appear. Should be all we have to do. I don't know if they work. Well, I discover the effects of any ingredient. And another one. That's good. We can test that. It didn't set to green. I think I know why, though. It's because I never call the update task scrolls. Call it once. Fuck it. Function's already more bloated than I wanted it to be. Okay, discover effects. Oops. Let's show green. That should stay that way. Fully discover any ingredient fully. Abandon these. I want more League of Alchemists. You know, you might see it that way, Ice Creek, but most players just are like, this is a good game, this is a bad game. I already see a bug with this, by the way. What'd you call him, Microraptor fan? I don't know. What'd you call him? I mean, this won't trigger the... What will trigger effect? Let's not call him that. Huge cookie. Okay, I mean, parts of this are working. Okay, there's a way that I can fix it. More shit to test, though. Hold on. I think a lot of gamers forget is that good or bad and specific to them. You might hate it, thousands of others might love it. Yep. Well, that would assume, Ice Creek, that markets are the same size. What are you doing here? I want to use a Nor. Oh. Well, hold on. What I want to check here is if it's only apply to effects. No, it applies to all of them. It's kind of it's so stupid. Or I'm gonna just boil this down to some collapsed nodes. I hate it. Which indices are we looking for here? There are 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 through 10. aren't I looking for an XOR gate? No. The NOR was the right one to use here. XNOR. No, a NOR gate would be what I want, but I can't add more outputs to that. It hates me. Did I flip an AND? No, I shouldn't grab the max. That'll fuck with the druid sense. If we want to do it that way. No, I should be able to flip an AND, right? I'm not going crazy with this. My brain's fried, lazy fangs, and I'm trying to think why I couldn't just flip an AND output. What I would really want is a multi-hookup NOR gate, but I can't do that. And I see no reason why I can't just flip an AND. No, I can't flip an AND. You're right, it is just an AND. I could just flip an OR gate then. If I need the NOR but I can't do it, I can just do OR and just flip it. Dude, my brain is so cooked right now. To be fair, I did wake up at 5 a.m. What are you trying to achieve, dude, at this point? The day. I'm dead. Maybe I should just play a game. If we can get this working, maybe I should just play a game for like an hour after this. I'll finish up my alchemical hydra task in OSRS with my new T-bow. You know, I can just collapse these nodes, right? This would look kind of equally annoying in code, to be fair, because this is a shitty way to do it. But it's the way that we'll get this done today, in the next 10 minutes. Good enough for me. I mean, let's not argue that Steam Greenlight, it was a good thing. Anybody who remembers Steam Greenlight knows just how much unfinished trash there was on there. And how most of it never released, even when it was greenlit. Like, I'm not the only one that's remembers that, right? Search and array and flip the result. If I didn't care about the druid sense, I could just grab the max of the array. I mean, I could do it. I don't fucking care anymore. I don't care. If it works, it works. Yeah, we do it the hard way. The only thing that allows Kotspur to sleep at night is knowing that I will not be in charge of writing code in Cauldron Chronicles when we get funding. And you know what? It helps me sleep at night too. I mean, I don't disagree, Ice Creek, that a curated list of games will allow for a better storefront, because, you know, we can see how the Play Store, how any mobile store ends up. However, should Valve be the ones to curate that list, or should the players? In which case, how do you get the game in front of players, right? When there are literally like over 50 games releasing just before the weekend, how do you get those games in front of players? Do gamers even want to look at those? Do you want to open up Steam and be bombarded with a bunch of trash flipping games just so that you can help Steam's algorithm determine if you want to see more of those? Can you collapse the contains? I could just collapse all of them into nodes. I could literally just do this. The only problem with this is that sometimes when it's like I have to debug or I have to look for something, I don't really like having to click on collapse nodes. It almost feels like I'm obfuscating my code that way. Who cares? It's prototype. Who cares? Abandoned. Abandoned. We can accept that one. I can cheat more to show up. Fully discover any ingredient fully. Ah, yes. What a sentence. I need to get a... In order to test this, I need an ingredient. Perfect. That's in a good state. Can I get the 2 specs on this, please? Okay. Those are both primed. We discover the flavor of any ingredient. Why didn't that proc? That should have procced for that. Why didn't that proc? What is its status right now? That should be resetting the... Weird. You can do everything right but still fail? Well, you didn't do your marketing right. I'm gonna print these. Oh. Show button. Okay, we can do a validation. Fine. That wasn't here. Marketing is luck-based. You can't guarantee a successful marketing campaign, even if you're the best marketer in the world. It's true. But with so many games coming out, you know, whose responsibility is it to determine what people want to see, what people should see? How do you make that judgment? What'd you send this, Lazy Fangs? Lazy Fangs just sent me this. Why don't tattoo places just euthanize their clients? I drive around a lot for work and I recently saw some signs for a dentist that says they offer euthanasia for their clients who might be scared of going to the dentist. I was driving so I couldn't take a picture, but I thought it was really cool since I never really liked going to the dentist. Yeah, see, it's not the right word that you're looking for. I don't think dentists will euthanize you. Okay, where's my character? Tick graph. Print string. Permanent pain relief. "2015 on Steam indie games had a lot easier time organically gaining traction." Yeah, but there weren't that many games coming out. There's more games coming out on Steam than ever before. And I think you'll still have that even if you increase the price to launch a Steam app ID. But I wouldn't necessarily be against an argument where you said that the Steam app ID should be increased in price. I don't necessarily disagree. But also the Steam algorithm is so good at filtering out shovelware that it shouldn't ever really bother you. And if there are specific genres that you don't like, you can hide those. Okay, we are looking at effect flavorful. You might be getting recommended shovelware games because you're clicking on them or playing them. I don't get recommended any of those. I mean, the Super Meat Boy clone wasn't shovelware either. It was getting good reviews, so people clearly were paying for it, meaning that it's not shovelware. It might be very similar to another title, but people paid for it. Unlike the shovelware games, which, you know, just don't get any traction at all. And so therefore are just never seen by the majority of individuals. Let me show the right things here, please. There we go. I have nothing of value for the conversation, but I'm here. Shout out to all my lurkers. You guys are great. I mean, I know why it's saying false is because we don't have anything awaiting reward. It's true. Why am I doing this check again? What was I trying to avoid? Oh, I have to flip them. Hold on. I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. I have that like bad feeling. Can't say why. Then the max. No, the issue is that these should be flipped. That's all it is. Well, I meant to put the... Okay, whatever. Oh, that's fine. That's hooked. That's hooked. But yeah, full ingredient knowledge would have been immune to that. That's why. Okay. I assume that's the issue. I felt like that's the issue. I need one of the different ones. Most gamers don't play Next Fest demos. What's the point of that though? Like they have the option to play Next Fest demos. Go. What games are you playing, Nixie, that you're doing this keyboard switch change out for? Or do you just like having a cool keyboard? I'm not happy for you, by the way. What is this? Hardware does slow down. HDDs degrade brutally over time. The easiest way to make a computer feel like new is to get a new SSD. Let me know when it finds those words. Yeah, at this point there's no... Unless you're doing like some super like deep storage, I don't think there's any reason to get an HDD anymore. Pretty funny though. You like the ASMR? Hold on. Have 160 games installed? What the fuck are you doing? How many petabytes of storage do you have? Jesus. Get out of here. Any reasonably price? I don't know. I think SSDs are still pretty damn good price. Even compared to an HDD. I mean, you're still working off of SATA limits, right? So even a SATA hard drive is going to be better than a SATA HDD. But your best bet's getting a nice NVMe. Ooh. Much better interface. Way faster. I need one that's not discover an ingredient fully. There's a specific bug that I'm trying to test for. And I can't get it to pop up. I could just delete the tasks. That might be worth it. Or just set the limit for faction tasks to 6. And these to 0. Oop, wrong one. We have a 2 terabyte 4.1 NVMe, one for 3.0, and a 2 terabyte 2.5, and a 4 terabyte HD. Jesus. All in RAID 0? Probably no, probably not. Don't think so. Okay. Here we go. This one. This one. This one. And this one. I don't think you could do RAID 0 for that. I mean, I guess you could if you partitioned, but I don't know why anybody would do that. So what's your boot drive? Is it the 3.0 or the 4.0? Or do you have a separate boot drive? This poor old computer that I'm developing on has a old 128. I hate it. It's always nearing completion and I hate to see it. Maybe I'll switch it out one day for a 256. Okay. That's correct. Okay, here we go. Only problem is this one's kind of bad to test because I'm only missing one thing. I need one where I'm missing either effects or flavor, but I'm missing more than one thing. This should work fine because I can test this for effects. Thank you, the sound effects guy, for the follow. You do sound effects? Out of curiosity. Which I'm saying no. No, I'm a 3D artist. Need effects. Wait a second. Use the 2.5 SSD for boot. Interesting. Boots fast enough? Yeah, I imagine it would. I can use the NVMe's for games in the event of reformat. Don't need to re-download all my games. Okay. Yeah, usually your software is going to be your bottleneck at the point where I don't know. I think they've done tests between boot times of 2.5 SATA or even a 3.5 SATA and NVMe, and it's negligible. Use some audio asset creation, mainly Unreal Engine audio implementation. Okay, nice. Very nice. Good job on snagging that name too. Can you give me effects, please? What are we doing? Get out of here. I'll cheat some time. Stop spamming me. I'll always spam. Oh, there we go. That's the one I want. Okay, it's this one. This should not trigger this. It didn't. Okay, that I think that's working as intended. I'm gonna assume that it is. I think that's working. I really do. Kind of annoying to get working properly, but I think we did it. We might actually have all the tasks types working in game for testing. Oink oink. What a chicken shit coward. Running away from me. I think this this tree is still fucked up too. It's responding to any potion. Yeah, it is. Okay. We'll get that fixed at some point. Nobody forget that that's still broken. Okay, if we assume that that's okay, this is a bug. I have this bug from cheating, and I think I know what the reason is. Or not. Actually, when is that getting triggered? When does that get triggered? Get ingredients closest to discovering fully. That's when it was empty, right? Take a look into that. Although if I don't know where it's happening, I can't really repeat it.
Shiitake?
Shiitake? Good question. Oh. Interesting order of events there. I assumed that it was because get ingredients yeah, but that would only happen when you discover an ingredient. I don't know when that gets pooped out. Oh. Good old grunt and splash. I mean, I can sit on the output log and just see. I think it's related to some cheats, though. Which I'm not really too worried about. I get some... Identify all ingredients. That's when it's getting pooped out. And I think it's here. Index 01234. I bet it's happening here. Oh. Current knowledge array. Where is that? It is here. That's adding. That's grabbing. All ingredient IDs. Okay, here's what I can do. Because I think this builds only for things that we don't know, right? Where's current knowledge array? Well, I can check it. No, I can't. We'll do a not empty check. If it's not empty, I'm going to get the length or last index and take the minimum. Will that be okay? I don't know if that'll be okay. I don't know. That might fix this. I kind of worry about sending back empty arrays. I get a moment of silence for a minute. I needed to go to the store yesterday and forgot. I just needed to go and had no EP. Goodbye, pair of socks. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. You wiped your ass with socks? What would you do? It's not important what I would do. What's important is what would Jesus do? That fixed it. I mean, couldn't you have just like wiped with... Never mind. I don't see any other errors popping up. Ooh. Or that. Okay. That seems fixed. This was all just related to one thing. This one though, spawning in new scroll when player is zoomed in on slot doesn't trigger right shit. Let's trigger the right shit. I do have not this, we don't need this shit. Get out of here. Fuck you. Ligma. WBPs, don't need. Close, get out of here. Light puzzle, fuck you, don't want. Get out of here. This, useless. Get out. Close. This, okay, one second. Now it's useless. Get out of here. Close it. When we zoom in on a button, we don't have an index for that. Because, you know, if we know that we're spawning in a new scroll at the index, we can set up the proper... You know, I need to essentially just change the zoom task reference when we do that. I could store the index. I could store the index, just an integer. Who's gonna know? Okay, slot index. I can promote this on spawn. I don't really spawn it. Doesn't really work like that. Current index. That's slot index. On end tasking, let's set the zoomed slot index. I'll put that anyway. We can put that at start tasking too. Don't really matter. And tasking would be better though. Okay, where's my event graph? Is zoomed false? -1 here. Look, I want to play this game now. Soundtrack is so good. They got a little fatter? Probably did. Wouldn't be surprised. On the face? My face just does look fat. It's also because I am kind of fat. You get older, huge cookie, okay? It looks better when I stand up. When I sit down, I kind of get like... it's all scrunched. Get slot index. Don't look old, I would say around 19. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I appreciate that person. I disagree. I'll drink some more alcohol tonight, and then I can start to fix that. How far am I from reality? I turned 30 4 months ago. Yeah, let's print this index. I want to make sure it's working. Where my tick? Here's my tick. I think we're 17. Appreciate that. I act like I'm 17 sometimes. '17 is Twitter. I know it's an old picture and I was still young and impressionable. I'm less impressionable, but I will say I'm still just as passionate about gaming and game dev. The first thing people say, and it really indicates how much I need to update it, when they meet me is they're like, oh, you look different than in your picture. It's like, that picture isn't photoshopped, but it is old. Okay, cool. Index is working well. what we need to do then is when we spawn a task, where do I want to put this? I could put it here. If current index is equal to current slot index, I'll have an even better baby face if I just lose some weight, which I'm trying. More steaks. More protein in general. I don't know, up and down, right? Stressful weeks make me just want to drink something. Or I get stressed, I overeat when I get stressed too. And then if I drink, I want to eat more. Vicious cycle. We'll just do it the bump way. Okay, now what I want to check is what do I want to check? I could just check. I could get the display name. Will that bitch at me if it's not valid? It might. We'll see. It just won't print at all. Okay, that's fine. Let me set the duration down to 0.05. I will okay, I can wait 8 hours. I'm gonna accept all of these though quickly. Now if I abandon this, it's destroyed. When it spawns a new one. Okay. In which case I can zoom out properly. Okay. Problem solved. Bug fixed. We will for certain have to come through here and kind of at least put some comments on things. That would be a good start. But mainly what we need to do tomorrow is just make the content, is just start making all the tasks that we want. We have like 20 location tasks to add. We don't need like a crazy amount, but we also need to make sure that the reputation updating, I don't think our rewards are not being given right now, so rewards we could work on. I might do that before I jump into making tasks. Not put the cart before the horse. But rewards should be easy. That's what we'll do tomorrow. Rewards, and then once we finish that, we can start to add tasks. And we want, I don't know, I don't care if some of these repeat. You know, the goal of this is just to show publishers what we can do, rather than having an extensive, exhaustive amount of tasks for the player to complete. But we for sure can have about 20 explore tasks, 4 puzzle tasks, because we only have 4 puzzles, and these repeat. So these are nice repetitive ones, and then we can have a bunch of item gathering ones for ingredients, for junk, for potions, for fish. 10 hours for the day. Yeah, like I can't jump into anything else. And I'm tired. I woke up at 5 a.m. We'll take a look at calendars. Pretty basic to update you guys. I think I might take off Monday to go get a haircut and see my friends in Kraków. What does the weather look like for Monday? I don't know yet. This Friday could work. I don't know if the my barber is available though. Friday. He's busy. He's popular. Oh, he's available on Friday. Might hit him up then. What is ball and chain? That's when I got married. Maybe I'll take off on Friday. I know I've been taking off Fridays a lot. To be fair, this was for getting married. This was to celebrate my wife's birthday. This one will just be to get a haircut and see some friends. That's it. But if I think that with what we have left, tomorrow we can finish up the task system like entirely, which will be really exciting. Equal priority given. Yeah, you know what? I'll take, fuck it. If Friday's gonna be good weather, I'll take it off. He's going part-time on us. Nah. April's gonna be busy. So stream tomorrow? Yes, stream tomorrow. Friday, I will be off. I'm gonna go get my haircut. I'm gonna go see some friends. Enjoy a nice day out on the Old Town. And take a much needed weekend before we jump into... I don't know what we'll jump into after tasks. I do know what I'll jump into. After tasks... There it is. Let me pull it up in a private window. After tasks, I think I will jump into this depth level, where I've written down some ideas already for things that we can add more depth to the game with. And I could even cross-reference this with our to-do and ideas list. And maybe there are some things in here that we can mock up. So these are going to be really, really dirtily made, mocked up, bare bones, no art needed if we don't have anything that already works. Ideas that we can just like show off to a publisher to say, hey, here's some, you know, adding on to the idea of the game, here are some things that we can also work on if time and money serve to add more depth to the game. And they will just be like super mocked up. They should work. And if you know, if we're working on this and anybody has any additional ideas, 100% we can do it. And then after that, after we make this level, I think that we're mostly done. I'm thinking if we have enough time to write another NPC, but I'm not sure. And I don't want to do it if we can't. Maybe something small. We still need to do Steamworks integration so that we can actually upload this build to Steam. I have to rework the tutorial. So I think I'll skip out on the additional NPC for at least the 4 digital dragons After Digital Dragons, though, we could work on adding a new NPC before doing another round of pitching. That's fine too. You know, it's not like I'm gonna be, okay, this is the end, now we pitch and that's it. We can come back and we can add some more things, but before Digital Dragons, I don't think I can add another NPC, and some of these other, like this depth level, I think is more important to showing the possibilities in the game than simply, hey, here's another NPC. I think people will get it. Okay, you can have NPCs, they can do some cool things. That's kind of the core of your content. There's that. And then we can work on, what am I thinking? Documentation after that. Depth level. We'll have to write up the GDD pretty much from scratch. I will forego working in U-Track for documentation just because it's harder for publishers to access, and a GDD is a lot more immediately available. And then we can start to prepare, I don't know, trailer. We need a new trailer. We can polish up the level a bit. We can do a tutorial rework. It's all starting to come to a close, at least for Digital Dragons. Exciting, but also anxiety-inducing. Then we need the budget. We need the milestone breakdown. I'll try to make a list maybe this weekend of all the documents that we need and need to have updated. The good thing is that our pitch deck is probably mostly okay. Where's the pitch deck? Here it is. Most of this hasn't changed. I just need to like update some screenshots and update some info, especially the way that we refer to this game as, you know, not an adventure puzzle hybrid. That was fucking stupid, but an RPG game. And it's more mid-core audience than casual now. So this kind of just needs to be updated. Some of this technical info is still correct though. We're gonna go for mature rating. Gameplay loop is fine. Pillars are probably okay still, but we're gonna go over all of it. Selling points probably could be updated. These, thankfully, can get deleted. Chat. AI stupid generated photos that I had to use for fishing, dungeons, puzzles, and secrets. We can say goodbye to them because we have all those things now. And more. Good shit. And all the AI will be gone from this. I did use AI and I really hated having to use it, but it will now not be used at all. I can proudly say that everything from our pitch deck will be legitimate photo, and everything in our next trailer, like the first one, will be entirely gameplay. But we'll have a lot more gameplay to show off in the trailer this time, because we spent like the original trailer that I made, which was just the gameplay loop, spent about half the trailer just showing off the visuals, which was okay. Gotta go. Yeah, take care, Justin. See you tomorrow. It was this one. This was all fine and dandy, but I also recorded it at a pretty shit bit rate. So I can fix up the bit rate. We have a lot more gameplay to show off than just here, talk to this NPC, pick up ingredients. That's all we had. That's literally all we had last year. Was picking up ingredients and making potions and talking to NPCs. But it was one NPC. It was Blue Dick Boy. He didn't have a story. He just had some different options. We have more flavors. We have ingredient discovery. This kind of looks the same. That's the first thing we prototyped, so you know, looks the same. But we have a bigger hut now with some actual other things to do in it. The flavor discovery machine. Into publisher? No, we didn't. He's named Blue Dick Boy internally, but his name was Alaric or something. We still have him in the game, but he doesn't really have a full story like Spoon or... What's her name? What's the merchant girl's name? I forget what it is. Yeah, this is it. So then I just spent like the next minute of the trailer just showing off the ambience. Which, you know, was okay, I guess. And better than this, because this was using... This was using this song, which was fine, but I got it for free. We can now use our own theme song. Ooh boy, do I love how it sounds. Should totally go to a publisher with an NPC called Blue Dick Boy. You know, the moaning beach ball is still in the game. You know, I like this song only because it was kind of somber. And it, you know, was really nice during like the thunderstorm and shit. But this, I think, just fits a lot better. And it's ours. Uniquely ours. And I think there's more than enough content in the 4.5 minute song to cut and splice into a trailer. I think it'll work. I can do some like talking during this part and lower the volume a bit. Do gameplay segment here for this bit. And then once we hit that second lower bit, like here, I think, I can do more talking. And then we can build up again. We'll do it. I might make it on stream. If we have the time, I can do all the recording and video editing on stream. Yeah, Vista shots I think are going to look a lot better now than they did here, just because we have, you know, a much better looking water system, for one. Better looking nights. I don't even think we had the auroras working at this time. So our night times were kind of bland. And this was just a flat plane that you could walk on. So yeah, we'll see. We'll be able to make a better trailer. It's not going to be perfect. You know, it's still going to have some placeholder shit in it just because of that's the nature. But like this one, we will again make it all actual gameplay. I don't want to, you know, even setting up a shot, I don't really want to do. I just want to jump in with the player character, record footage, and that's what we use. And so everything people see in there, they can play, they can experience. I think that really helped us last year. I know a couple publishers that we talked to were, you know, when I showed them this, I'm like, here's, you know, our trailer, and it is all gameplay. And they're like, oh, really? It's all gameplay. We don't see that often. I'm pulling out all the cards in my hand this year around. And the good thing is, I can now say all planned features of the prototype build are actually in here. Alright guys, well if that's everything, I will close off for today. I will get ready for tomorrow. I'm going to go do some resting. And then we can hang out tomorrow and finish off the task system. Recently a free photo mode plugin, you could add that if you wanted decent shots. I could. I think there's something authentic about just walking around and grabbing shots. We'll see. Oh, it's meant for in-game? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, guys, take care. Thank you so much for the love today. I will see you tomorrow. Have a nice Wednesday. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.